How's it going? We are live. Sorry I'm late, everybody. Life happens. My wife's had a reception for the art show that she was in. And so I chose to go to that. And it's not like it just ended or anything, but it's sort of like, one thing led to another, and then, we went out to dinner and got home late, and I just needed a few more minutes, that's all. She did not win a ribbon, but she did get into the show. I've showed the art on the channel before. It's the Lighthouse one. And anyway, it was cool to see all of her, art people, her art friends, and I'm the husband behind the artist. So yeah, it was nice. How are you guys doing? I see Lina and Korthal and Oki. I'm sure Ray is hiding somewhere, and if she isn't, she will be soon. How about playing Enshrouded? Maybe. I have heard good things about that for sure. There's a lot I could do. I've been thinking about this, guys. I'm not sure, but like I'm trying to think, like, why does what I am doing in Satisfactory, why have I been able to do it even though I've gotten a little burnt out, as I've talked about? Why have I enjoyed doing it for so long, and why does it feel satisfying, no pun intended, compared to like the Schedule 1 playthrough? I've been trying to think about that. Like, what does it mean for me, right? Because the saying, be careful what you wish for because you just might get it, right? What if I could do this full time? What if I could support myself and the family, the financial needs, through a YouTube channel? I would have to pick something that I felt like I could do, right? And was fulfilling, right? Otherwise, I'll just do my job. I already have a job. And it pays me a hell of a lot more than YouTube, right? And so I've been trying to think about, like, what part of what I've been doing in my channel have I enjoyed and why, versus the stuff that I haven't liked. You know what I mean? And part of that's the games. I could totally do this full time. Sure, but do I want to? Now, I love the idea of it, right? I love the freedom. I love, being able to do what I want to do, right? I mean, we all love that, right? That's the fun part, right? But what is it that I like? What is it that I don't like? And, the jury's still out on this. So it's something I'm thinking about. Right now, the best answer I can come up with is I like doing things that nobody else has done before. And I think that's evident, like, in Schedule 1. Everything that I've done in Schedule 1 has just been weaker versions of whatever everybody else has done. Part of that's the game, and that's okay. But it does kind of like feel not as satisfying as the work that I'm doing in Satisfactory, because, you know, nobody's doing anything like this. And can I take that kind of uniqueness, right, and individuality and kind of like challenge, can I take that to Factorio? Can I take and do something in Factorio that nobody else has done? I don't know. And I don't know if I want to. And then if I want, even if I could, and even if I, so now I have this like Venn diagram, right? I have to do, all right, we're going to do it. We're going to start off strong here. Right? I'm just, you know, thinking out loud, right? I've now got like 3 circles, right? Right, I have like what I'm good at. There's a name for this in Japan. This is a Japanese. Okay. And it's more complicated than this. This is like a dumbed down version of it. Let me do that. Here we go. A little bit better. Okay. For lack of a better term, watchable. I have to find a game and or a version of a game that I'm good at, that I enjoy doing, and that essentially can get me enough views to grow my channel. I could be home more for my kids. Well, luckily, I work from home. And so, and I have insane freedom with my work right now. I have to find, now I do think that Satisfactory fits in here, right? Satisfactory for sure fits in here. In this spot. Absolutely. Right? But like, what else? You know what I mean? So anyway, it's just stuff I'm thinking about. Speaking of paint, let's start getting our... Looks like we need to rebuild it again because I keep forgetting to save it. There we go. Nope, that's schedule 1. That's schedule 1. Schedule 1. That's schedule 1. I don't know what this stuff is. Hopefully it's nothing terrible. Okay. Just building out our tools real quick. All right, what else do we need? Don't need that anymore. Okay. Then, last piece of the puzzle. Hey, Ray. Spreadsheets. Spreadsheets. Is that your answer to what fits in the center there? Okay for me? Spreadsheets. All right. I think we have what we need. Now, let's remind ourselves where we left off, because I've missed a few streams because the family and I have been sick, which sucks. I almost didn't stream tonight. I'm a little tired, but that's okay. I have a feeling it's not too bad, and we'll bounce back, baby. Need some better lighting here. Okay, so in reality, the goal for this evening really is to finish off the front face of this. Okay, and essentially it's just, we have to copy what we did here over there, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass because I don't remember what we did over here. Not really. And I knew that was going to be, and there was really two kind of strategies on how to solve this problem, right? One is I do each element. I do the element on this side, and then I repeat it immediately on the other side while it's fresh in my brain and I know what it was. By the way, thank you, Corthal, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Right? I do one thing and I immediately do it on the other side so that it's perfectly mirrored. Because no matter what I do, that side and this side, it's not going to be perfect. It's been, half a week. I think I did this Tuesday night. And then I was going to, I just could not get on Wednesday night. I was freaking falling asleep. And I went to bed early freaking Thursday night too. So I just been kind of not feeling the best. Stupid little half cold kind of sickness thing, but it doesn't matter either way. I could have done one element and then immediately done the other side, and then another element and then immediately copied to the other side. The problem was, and the reason that I didn't do that is because I didn't know exactly what I wanted on this side, right? I didn't know how it was going to look, and I kept making changes, right? And I kept changing the width of this, and I needed to kind of see the entire side in its entirety. I said entire twice there, before I could know whether or not I liked it. Now that I do like it, and I do think that this works, we do have to recreate it over on this side. So that's going to be the goal for today, is building this same thing over on the other side. And then, we'll start to put this all together. I think we're going to need to obviously build in these side walls. And then, we could start to, put the roof on. All of that. course, that's the general goal. And we'll hang out, we'll shoot some shit, we'll have a nice time. I have not been happy with the lighting situation. Building on this side of the, facing this direction. It's been really hard to, even with full control over the sun, get it to where I feel like I can adequately see what the hell is going on. So that's been kind of on the frustrating side. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing. Set up some lights. The problem, is that setting up lights screws up. Like, part of this is, and I've thought about that, and the reason that I haven't done it is because the main driving force in my decision making is the aesthetics. And there's two problems. One, if I make decisions based on lighting that's temporary, if I make aesthetic construction decisions based on lighting that is temporary, I don't know how it's going to look when it's done, when the lighting's gone. That's the first problem. The second problem is setting up the lights themselves are non-aesthetic, right? And then they'd be like floating lights, kind of like pointing at my work. So I don't know, maybe. Well, let's do something easy. Let's warm up. We have to start somewhere. Is that the same gap, you guys think? It has to be there. What's up with my... Sure, what was up with that? Hold up. I think it's the same. think this is a perfectly acceptable way to get started today. While I kind of get the juices warmed up. I'll get something done. Your game became unplayable. What happened? CubeWave was talking about on Twitch how he's making some changes to increase his FPS. Victim of an autosave bug that keeps crashing your save. Oh no. Someone at the devs said it's a memory overload issue. That definitely sucks. No real hope of getting it sorted. They're trying to figure it out as it's starting to affect a lot of console players. Well, good news is at least you're in talks with them, you know, and maybe some good can come out of your predicament. You know, could be not the best. Not exactly, you know, good news, but not a terrible thing. It's kind of cool you're talking to the developers. What did we do? We continued on the angle. You've lost all will to play until it's fixed? Yeah, I bet, dude. I probably would feel the same way. Only happens late game and your save has gotten complex. Hey, don't come into my stream and start scaring me. Oh, freaking me out. Not what I need to hear, sir. still going? We are still going. It's all the way down to there. Yes, I did. Just the engine. Instructions to increase the item limit, yeah. In fact, I actually edited it back when I was doing the Star Wars playthrough, and I just never changed it. You know, when I started this playthrough, I just left it in, even though obviously when I started a fresh playthrough, I didn't need to change the item limit. So I've just left it. I have the item limit permanently changed. Oh, it's only consoles. Got it. You dirty console players. You get what you deserve. Just kidding. What did I do? I did a crossbar. Okay. This is a purposefully intimidating building shape. Pretty crazy. $200 console versus $2,000 PC. I mean, that'd be a cheap one. Ew, a poor. Ew. I'm just kidding. Bad call. I just tried to make a turbo fuel factory like a case of turbo fuel, and it taught me that aesthetics are not for me. Back the metal boxes. It's a cool idea, though. I saw somebody doing YouTube videos like making their heavy modular frame factory look like a giant heavy modular frame. Somebody did that. It was a while back. yeah, you got a game somehow. I've been lucky, of course. I've basically put every penny that I've made on this channel back into, you know, essentially either media equipment or PC equipment back into the channel. And so I get to play on a state-of-the-art gaming rig that was more or less paid for by you fine people. Did I see the screw factory? I saw a 1,000,000 screw per minute factory, but I don't know if it was the shape of a screw. Yeah, I don't see one shaped like it. Besides, Screw Factory. Ew. They're worse than, it's worse than pores. I'm just kidding. DM it to me real quick. Bad call. Wow. Really? You suck. There we go. That's pretty cool. Very nice. That's gonna give me nightmares tonight. Might as well be a giant floor hole. You built too much. You resorted to overclocking your GPU to get FPS. Yeah, the sacrifices we make. Okay, let's settle in here, guys. Stretch my neck. Sit up. It's kind of like my version of leaning forward. You know, the leaning forward when it's game time meme. All right, I think what we need to do, the most important parts of this are this up here. There's a way to cheat, get a clear opposite. Is that right in the center? No. Okay. Right. Moved out, I think. Yep. And then how many? 1, 2, 3, and then the actual side starts. All right. That worked. All right. 5.5. Yep. I'd love for your farm to do well enough to get a decent PC to game on. Add a bonus if using it for your business. Yeah, write it off. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've been writing off. As well. I'm gonna just delete all this. Okay. I think if we get the whole shape in. The top, right? Have you decided where you're gonna put portals? Not permanently. No, Red Bull, sir. We're good. I was yawning already, though. Dude, I slept 11 hours Thursday night to Friday morning. And then last night, even though I went to bed late because we were playing Schedule 1, I slept till 2 in the afternoon today. I'm still tired. I think it's this weird cold thing. Tyrell and Rob added weather to Schedule 1 beta branch. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm good on Schedule 1 for a bit. You know, there's some other things that I want to play. Timberborn 1.0 is out. I think we're going to be playing that. There's some other stuff too. Four on the bottom, then halfway through on this one. Let's see if we can do this. What is this? A school for ants? Six and a half. That include, well, actually, that's sort of two halves going. Yeah, 6 fulls and 3 down. Can't resist a good beaver, just say it. I do have 5 kids. All right. So far, so good there. See, it's already started. All right, so this, I think we use the power of nudging. All right. Oh, actually, you know, hold on. There's a stretch in there I haven't gotten yet, but I'll get it. So, Ray, are you here? I do have a slight update on my wife's art. I don't want to have to talk about it twice, so because I hate talking about my wife. So I just want to make sure Ray's here, so I don't have to repeat myself. All the way down. The halfie. Oh, I just noticed that my YouTube chat was messed up. Sorry, Captain Ed asked a couple questions. Actually, there was a bunch of chat. Is that a blueprint in spreadsheet form? This? Yes. You're asking about this? Yes, it is. Okay, so in this art association, they have these sort of levels that you can get to. And I can't remember what they're called. But it's sort of a standard of recognition, we'll say. And they have to do with getting art into a juried show. You get your first sort of level when you have four separate pieces selected into four separate juried shows. And a juried show is an art show that requires a judge essentially to let you in ahead of time, right? Just being in the show is a acknowledgement. Not everybody gets to be in the show, essentially. The one that we went to today was a sort of a reception for the first one that she had ever been in. So it's her one out of 4 to get that first level, if that makes sense. Well, they have one essentially once a month, a new show in the association. Well, we found out today that she got in the April one. So now that's 2. And this is her, I have a good picture of it actually. One second. Okay. Now the judging hasn't happened for this, so all we know is that she's in, but not necessarily if she's gotten a ribbon. She did not get a ribbon for the last one, that the reception that we went to today. That is a painting that is in my house. This is a bridge that is actually very close to where I live. I drive over this bridge twice a week. This is the old Folsom Bridge. It's called the Rainbow Bridge. It's just a 2-laner, and then there's a footbridge behind it, and then behind this kind of hill, right? And this is the American River. There's a rodeo. I don't know, stadium. And don't dox myself. Guys, you're not going to find me. And honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. If somebody wants to find me, they can find me. Okay? I'm a licensed realtor. All right? Me showing you a bridge near my house is not going to be what brings me down. But yeah, this is, there's a up this hill behind. Like I said, there's this, it's the Folsom Rodeo, and they do fireworks every 4th of July. So, and this is just this isn't a professional scan or anything. This is just a picture from the phone. So, yeah, I think it's really, really good. Like I said, this is the footbridge behind it. You know, and you've got reflections of the water, and like I said, it's not a very good picture of it. The actual painting has a lot more contrast to it. You know, the picture's kind of washed out, but yeah, it's good. So she's in another one. Yeah, Ray found me. Yeah, if you really wanted to find me, you could find me, but you know, it is what it is. You know, I'll help you find a house. If you want to buy in my area. You know, I mean, that side of me, that part of my work, you know, I mean, if you think about it, it's all about me trying to get found. All right. So let's go ahead. What I'm kind of trying to do right now is put in the outlines. Bridges are the best part. The river is. Yeah, I agree. It is the river. And this is a really famous, actually, what's really funny is there is a lot of drama about the name of this part of the river. An incredible amount of drama. Drama that, let's just say, I can't really even, I mean, I probably could, but like, it would be awkward to talk about on the stream. Like, there's a whole thing about it, guys. Like, if you're interested in it, let's see. I know what it's called. Well, I'll tell you what I will tell you what this section of the river is called today. Okay, I will tell you the name of it today. The name of it today, combined with the face, my tone of voice talking about this, will be enough for you to figure it out. This bar today has been renamed, this section of the river, or the bar, right, has been renamed several times in my lifetime. Most recently, it has been renamed to Black Miners Bar. So you can feel free to look up the history, if you so desire, on this little section of the American River in Northern California. Very interesting history, especially when it comes to the name. Uncle Ken is in story mode. Gather around, kids. Hey, I have to get through this construction of this building somehow, okay? We all do what we must. All right, I'm gonna put that one in. I think I'm gonna put this in too. We're nudging. You can't see it, but we're nudging. You're really good at finding things. Hey, Anthony, build the story and then don't tell the story. All right. Here, I gotta read it off the let's see. Yeah, I thought it was named something else earlier. I mean, it's a cool story. It's just kind of mired in a little bit of like weirdness, like people being weird. But here you go. Black Miners Bar, located in Folsom Lake Recreation Area along the American River, is named after a thriving 1848 to 1850s settlement of black gold miners. Originally one of the largest black mining camps, the site featured hundreds of African-American miners, some free, some enslaved, seeking wealth and liberation, before the name was changed in 2022 to replace a discriminatory term. When I was growing up, that's what we called it. That's what its name was. I didn't know any better. There's actually a story, which doesn't seem to be true, that it was named something else before that. So I don't know if that's true or not, and it just doesn't want to talk about it. Like many years before, but there's a whole history about it, which is really cool, actually. Yeah, bar meaning a bank of the river. They just changed it, June 2022, 4 years ago. It is a cool thing. It's like a little local thing that we sort of talk about. But yeah, that's what this is called. The part of the river in the foreground. Multitask, you're great at that? Well, I don't know about that. Anyway, it's just kind of an interesting story. Kind of a little piece of local history that I think is really cool. The older I get, the more I find history is interesting. especially like the history of like, you know, where I grew up. And it is a very popular recreation spot. A lot of boaters and, you know, river rafters and swimmers, because you can, and you swim out to those rocks. People swim out to the rocks and they, you know, like lay on the rocks and stuff. Because the river's really calm right there. It's just downstream of Folsom Dam. And there's another dam, Natomas Dam, even further down. So it's kind of between two dams. So it's a real chill place. The older you get, the more you want to make history. I don't know if I want to make history. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Well, we were talking about that earlier, right? But I do have my kids. And I think that kind of, you know, fulfills a sort of portion of that, you know, desire to, you know, live forever. Nobody lives forever, man. All right. Love the story time with Uncle Ken. Now back to the grind. Yeah. Right. Because it's nuts. You building the MCP from Tron? No, I'm building Arasaka Tower. But I am putting these red lines in here because I saw this video and I thought it looked badass. Oops. It's probably a little hard to see, but it's transitioning to another shot. But yeah, there you go. That's what we're working on. And I've already sort of done this other edge. I'm just kind of trying to copy it, essentially. Can I convince you to watch Rick and Morty? Listen, I did not. What you do with your own time is on you, sir. Four and five, right? I will take no responsibility for that whatsoever. This is actually the last building in my Cyberpunk city. You can see The rest of these buildings, some of them, and this is the tallest, right? Because Arasaka Tower, of course, is going to be the tallest. But yeah, those are the last 4 that I built. These are kind of some of the other. These are all factories. There's a full factory in each one of these. In 10 years, people will still be watching this, Ken. Maybe. Yeah, it's possible for sure. I don't know. It is March 14th, 2026. If you're hearing the sound of my voice in 2036, leave a or more, right? 2036 or later. Leave a message, leave a comment, and we'll see if I'm still checking it in 10 years from now. Be your best you. My work lasts 50 years or more. Concrete, it's kind of the same. Concrete is cool. I like concrete. So many big tower jokes. It's true. Family Guy made a really funny joke about the Washington Monument. If you don't, I won't tell a story on. You can YouTube that one yourself. Family Guy Washington Monument joke. I think that's where you're going with this, Anthony. The dead internet full of AIs will view your buildings in awe in 10 years. Yeah, probably. The dead internet theory. Yeah. And Ray, my family and I used to go swimming in the American River when I was really young and water rafted down it. Yeah, I used to go yearly with my wrestling coach when I was part of the coaching team. He did a thing for all of the coaches that were part of the program, and then some of his close family friends and stuff. We would go rafting down the upper fork of the American River. It's pretty amazing. I went several times. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Outdoor sports aren't really my thing. Never really been that, even when I wasn't a big fat guy. I don't know, it's just never been my thing. Reminds me of one of my, I've quoted Emperor's New Groove. This is at least the second time that I've quoted it already tonight. Good thing you're not a big fat guy, or this would be really difficult. AI is going to use the VOD for training to get the AI ready? Maybe. I mean, if my work goes into training, future AI that, serves humanity, I mean, there's, or maybe itself, there's worse things. Go. I meant to do this one. I was an entire one off here. These are 12s. Oh wait. There we go. You will occasionally venture outside for outdoor activities. Yeah. After a quick search, I do see why they were renamed that river. Well, and it's not the river, right? It's just that little section, right? The bank of it. It is, it's a thing, you know, and there's a lot of history to that. It's a little local controversy. Yeah, like I said, I drive over that bridge twice a week. What do we do over here? Hope the YouTube stuff pays for the food for the family. You know, it's okay. You know, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy, but mostly what pays is you know, you guys doing you know, donations and mini golfing and super chats, and it's you know, and I appreciate that. There are some, I do get some money in like ad revenue and stuff like that, and YouTube Premium, right? So, you know, it kind of adds up. I know. Well, so like I said, there's a local legend that apparently is not true. Either that or the YouTube didn't, or the internet didn't want to tell me about it. Is that I thought it was named something else even worse a long time ago, and they renamed it to that. The thing that was renamed, and you know where I'm going with this, right? That's why I read the search before I pulled it to the screen. So that's, I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I can't tell you. But that was the story that I heard when I was growing up. I guess these aren't lined up. And I guess it's fine that they aren't. Clock in the bottom here. How does YouTube Premium work for your channel? You have that? All right, so here's how YouTube Premium works. Let's say Unique, which by the way, that is a name that I haven't heard before. Very one of a kind. Might even say, all right, I won't do it. But let's say that you pay $15 a month. All right. Well, YouTube, when somebody watches an ad for my during like a VOD, right? Or I put out a new YouTube video recently, and it was is that the bottom one? I think it is. And it had ads, right? Basically, when I get money for an ad, or when money gets generated because somebody watched an ad because of my channel, YouTube takes 55%, I get 45%. All right. It's a 55-45 split. Or maybe the reverse. I can't remember. Maybe I keep 55%. Either way, this 45-55% split comes up constantly. It's essentially YouTube's cut of money that my channel generates. They do the same thing with YouTube Premium. All right. Think of you paying $15 a month for all the ads that you would have watched. YouTube takes 45% right off the top. The remaining 55% gets split up in watch time between all of the channels that you watch. So if you were to only watch my channel, whether 1 minute or 100 hours, but if I was 100% of the watch time, and I believe this is how it works, and they could always make changes without me, keeping track. But from my understanding, it's based on a percentage of watch time. If you are YouTube Premium and you only watch me, then I would essentially get for that month 55% of your $15. If you watch, half me and half bits, then I get half the 55%, he gets the other half, and so on and so forth. You would use Patreon to donate? I do have a Patreon. Yep. I think you're on par with I'm Kibitz, long and hard factories. Giggity. Let me catch up, make sure I didn't miss anything. You love the beaches out here along the Gulf Coast? Wow, yeah. I haven't been out there. I watched the movie Moonfall, and the Statue of Liberty does not appear in the movie, so therefore it is not a disaster movie, just an event. Does the Statue of Liberty have to appear in every single disaster movie? Short hikes are nice. Yep. Hello, Unique. I hope the YouTube stuff pays. Yep. I think you are on par with I'm Kibitz, Patreon to donate. If I met you, we're going to Red Lobster. I can't just give imaginary money. No, and it's all good, man. And I don't expect anybody to. All I expect is to hang out and chat and have a good time. That's all I'm looking for. To keep me awake. Jeez. Let's go ahead and do a count since I can't seem to be sure. $12 plus a nub. CubeWave says, yes, the Statue of Liberty was even in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Is this a whole thing? Like, unless the Statue of Liberty is in a movie, it's not a disaster movie? Yeah, 12 plus a nub. All right. Oh, and then we have to add a nub. We have to add another nub. Looks like. We're adding nubs left and right. All right, let me get this angle in. Need to delete the lowest one on the other. There's already the diagonal beam. Not sure I'm following you. Maybe this will shed some light as it comes sliding in. And I think it has. Right? So I think I got your eye in the sky. Does that curve all the way around and down? It does. Apparently, I ran out of power and now I'm falling. Yeah, well, no, I know Cloverfield, right? Doesn't the head like fly across the city? I still have to do that road trip. I am planning on actually we're thinking about trying to do it this summer. I am trying to do a big old family road trip, 2 cars this summer. We're considering taking the family, seeing family and friends. A couple of weeks. I will definitely take you up on Red Lobster, sir. I hope I gave a vibe about some people like me about watching streams, build things in real life, build things in real life during the day, watch it virtually at night. Well, you know. I love how even with the tools and pieces of Satisfactory, one can always catch the exact vibe of what you want to match. You know how to do it. This thing gives the same feeling as the OG Arasaka. Yeah, trying to, you know, and like I said, you know, it's not like I'm ever going to get perfection. But perfection isn't needed, right? And I think you said it, right? It is the vibe. Okay. This transitional wall here will be the last thing I do because it's scary and I'm putting it off and I don't want to do it right now. You should rent an RV, much cheaper. I don't know, man. There's 8 of us. Can I get an RV that sleeps 8 comfortably? How much to rent? $300 per night is actually not that bad. What the difference between a Class C and a Class A is? Probably that's probably a C. That's probably an A. That's my guess because it said over the truck thing. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to be in that close to, you know, the family It's pretty cool though. Which class C RV sleeps 8? Kind of a beast. And there's RV parks you can go to and stuff for sure. It's a whole thing. Like you do have to kind of know like where to go and stuff. These floor plans are pretty cool. Not really seeing 8 though. There's probably 2. Obviously 2. There's 4. 4 more over here. Or pull out, jackknife sofa. 1 and then 3 over there. I don't know. It would be cheaper though. Otherwise, I mean, because we'd have to get 2 hotel rooms every night. It's gonna be expensive no matter how you slice it. It's a thought. It's definitely a thought. Yeah. Uber, I think I got there. Yeah. Yeah, this wall is scary. I'll do it last. Definitely last. Let's put this line in. It is worth thinking about. It is. 300 a night seems cheap. Seems too cheap. Of course, there's the gas and everything to run it. I wonder if you don't need a special license, do you? I used to have, well, I don't have it anymore. I used to have a motorcycle license. KOA is great as long as they don't pull a gub on you. I don't know what that is. The adults just get lit and pass out. What's the campsite fee? Never trust the AI summary answer. Well, I'm not really, but I'm also not going to do a full-on, research project live. The AI answer is good enough to get me in the ballpark. Months ago, I made a bunch of screenshots for you on the other laptop of those AI summaries that were terribly wrong. No, for sure. But I mean, Google can be terribly wrong as well, right? Because, just because you find, so it takes effort either way. If I just read the first entry on a Google return on a more traditional website search, in order to have any idea, you got to read like 5 or 6 search entries anyway, so. Well, I goes really far down. Want to get this close. Well, we were planning on taking food with us, but yeah, I've done road trips before. I'm an American. All right, road trips are in my blood. But I haven't done with an RV. Just the family minivan. The family minivan and plenty of childhood trauma. That one doesn't count. So 5 and then 2 blanks. But yes, there will not be eating out every night. I don't think I could do that these days, man. I eat out once and I feel terrible. I eat out very, very rarely now. Cost aside, right? Which is ridiculous. Post-COVID. The idea of being at a campsite, though, with the relative comfort of an RV is appealing, and I know for a fact that we're not going to be able to fit in one car. So, you know, gas-wise, it's probably even better than 2 cars of gas. Or it's not substantially worse. I don't know. It's a thought. It's definitely a thought. You can take your smoker with you? That's a heavy boy. I probably wouldn't take that bad boy. All right, this is coming along, actually. Shockingly well. Let's go ahead and put the stripes in. You were warned not to mention the smoker. Ooh. I smoked, I did a pastrami brisket smoke last weekend because it had been grinding for 2 weeks, and we needed to, even though we canceled my son's birthday party, well, postponed it until tomorrow, we couldn't wait, we couldn't sit on the brisket. It had to get cooked, and so we smoked it last weekend and then refrigerated it, and we're gonna warm it up tomorrow for everybody. But here, let me show you what they sort of in generally look like. Pastrami smoked briskets. So yeah. Yeah, it's basically a Texas Texas style. This guy's here, Meat Churches. Nope. His, I think we're following his, or we kind of pulled some from a bunch of people's, but it's basically Texas smoked brisket. It's just, we grind it in pastrami brine for 2 weeks ahead of time. So we're gonna make sandwiches with it tomorrow and rewarm it all up. Oh, that's a good shot right there. It looks like that. It's got that pink smoke and the pink pastrami. Yep. It's gonna be good. So that's tomorrow's dinner. What did you think of Cyberpunk 2077? I've never played it. Now you want a smoker? And I just did that with a pellet smoker. I honestly would recommend a pellet smoker to anybody who wants to get into smoking first, before doing a full stick smoker. I've had a really difficult time getting a stick smoker to work and for me, because you have to manage the fire, right? And so it's almost like if you can get a pellet smoker first, it's substantially easier. It gets you kind of introduced into the hobby a little bit more, and it's not biting off more than you could chew, no pun intended. So I would definitely recommend a good pellet smoker. Now there's bad smokers out there, right? Of course. But those are my thoughts. Bro. Yep. Oh man. Oh, I slept so much. Only a few $100. Yeah, I spent a lot on mine. I did a bunch of research, and now I've gotten my money out of it. I've got I've got this bad boy. That's a review. Is this their website? Oh yeah, it's their website. Still a review. Well, he said only 2. I like it. I like mine a lot. Of course, I don't have a ton of them. Yeah, this is the one I have. I got it from a local local barbecue guy, and I paid about this much for it. I did. And I got a bunch of stuff with it. I got the orange one. Little competition cart. And I could smoke 2 briskets on it. And then for like what are the mill scale? Yeah. So this guy right here, he's $5,000. You know, and there's no electronics or anything in that. That's just the steel. The one I have, which I still haven't learned how to cook very well on yet, is I have this one. I won this one. I won it in a competition. That was the weight loss competition. As you can see, you know, it helped. I have this one. I've cooked on it quite a few times, but I can't. I have a hard time getting the burning. Maybe I don't have the right wood or something. My pellet smoker is turning out. The pellet smoker stuff turns out better than the stuff I cook in here. So, but there are other. You don't have to go insane on pellet smokers. You can get. There's stuff that you can get that isn't insanity. Well, the F kind of prize is a smoker at a weight loss competition. Well, it was a barbecue channel. So, you know, it's a barbecue channel. What are you going to do? Even if you love barbecue, you gotta learn how to lose some weight. You know, it comes for us all. It's just been coming for me a lot longer than most. Some days you win, some days you lose. I gotta win more days than I lose. That's all. Cook healthy things on a smoker, you know, relatively. Listen, I'll tell you this, as long as you're making food at home, you're winning. I told you, like I said, the more I eat out, man, it is bad. All right, let's get that bottom angle in. How's that been going? Not great. Being sick didn't help, but that's just an excuse. I gotta get back to it. And work's been stressful, and then I don't do like the little things, you know? And then you go a month without doing the little things, and then you're like, oh my God. You know, just even like walking as much as I should. You know, I mean, I'm kind of maintaining, which is better, because in some years when I've sort of lost focus on the weight loss, I've gained a lot. This kind of trough, I maintained more than I have in previous years, which is good. but you know, I need to get back going. You know, refine the motivation. Like always, you know, I do well for a while, and like I said, this time, this backslide wasn't as bad. I maintained a little bit better. So we'll get back to it. I've already started taking some steps, no pun intended, recently. I think the biggest thing is like work, because when my work isn't too stressy, I can I mean I eat food when I'm stressed, and I eat too much, and like I said, it is what it is. So I have to recognize that and try to, you know, take steps to deal with it. But because I'll work like an extra hour because I'm salaried, and so I go through these phases where things are really, really busy, and so by the time I'm done working, oftentimes it's like, you know, trying to go to the gym or something it feels impossible. It's not, it feels impossible, you know? And then it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, right? If I get out at work at 6, you know, it's freaking, if I go to the gym, get back, it's 7:30. I'm eating dinner at 8 o'clock. I start streams at 9. You know, I can't eat dinner at 8 o'clock. So, you know, do I go to the gym during the day? I have done that as long as work isn't crazy, you know, but it's tough. Other people find a way to do it though. So I have to do the same thing, you know? Okay, that's looking good. But for me, I'm just trying to walk. Just get back to walking, because where I'm sitting right now, where I'm live streaming, right? I edit videos here, I live stream. I have my second job, right? My hobby, my hustle job, my side hustle. It's also where I sit to do 99% of my work. I do try to take phone calls and go for walks when I take phone calls and stuff, or meetings, and I can do that sometimes. But if I can get out before the day starts and get a walk in, you know, like early, that's I think a good spot for me. All right, have we put this off long enough? Now let's do this corner, and then we'll do the scary wall here. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I need to, Window's already open, but I am a little, was I falling? I was falling. I will be right back. Here, we'll look at this beautiful thing. 1 second. Okay, we're back. We're back. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I think my background noise suppressor is probably, hopefully, blocking that. I turned on the whole house fan. It was really hot. It is starting to get warm here, and I don't have the AC on or anything. Not yet, at least. You know, 2 computers banging away, one rendering out this beast, and then the other taking those images and turning them into live streams, creates a bunch of heat, plus, you know, all my hot air. What are you gonna do? All right, so how do we do this last little piece? Got this. Half nudge down. A lot of nudges. Here it comes. He's coming. Oh, I was close. All right. All right, let's get the angle. And 3. Come on. Yeah, it feels a lot better. Like, it's plenty cool enough outside. I just gotta pull that cold air in. That hot air out of here. And I said 3. I don't think I want to do these for the roof. I want to transition to 2-meter foundations. There we go. What if I should make black version blueprint? I probably should. You just paint them. Why don't I just make one? I think this works. Let's get those in over here. Help us kind of anchor ourselves. Okay. Okay. That looks good. So, what? In theory, we chop this. Weird. I wonder if we do top is coming in. We're putting on the roof. Whatever it takes to put off fixing that last scary wall. Road lights in those gaps. It's not a terrible idea. It's the worst idea I've ever heard. If I did, probably line it up here. I think on it. Welcome home, Ray. All right. Can't put it off anymore. I have to decide to do it. I do it right off the corner there. I did it on the corner. All right, now I kind of remember this one. This is gonna suck. It's gonna take me a while. Got rid of the wrong one. All right, let's see how this looks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think what I did is I came up here and I looked down the barrel. It's hard to see though. Get some more light. Get a little shine on there so we can see a little better. Yeah, it's better. Better. So I'm looking at the gap in this one at the corner to the gap in that one at the corner. Now the line at the corner. Now we're not worried about rotation. We'll do rotation soon. Ray is back on Twitch as well. Pete Scotch is here, and Mikey, of course. All right. Now the gap between the seams again. This is looking regular. So far, so good. That looks pretty good. Now we have the vector in the three-dimensional space in which each line exists, and that changes throughout the plane. We don't have the rotation. What we're going to attempt to do which way should we okay, so do you see the intersection of this and that it's not perfectly parallel because the space between these two is smaller than the space between those two. Okay, and so what we've done is we've chosen, because we can't rotate it to be perfectly parallel, then what we've done is we have made it so that the bottom has the wider gap. Okay. So let's do the same here. There. Now we can look at these. We can now test rotation and placement. Everything looks good. And now, zoom. Now, actually, I want to get rid of all of these. Do we need to close the face? Yeah, I hear what you're saying on it's kind of cool with the open grill. I think closing it, because what would we put behind it? Like if I did like some lighting or something behind it, I mean, that could be cool, but honestly, we're just looking for a wall here, and this is the best I can do for in Satisfactory, I think, with this kind of insane sort of plane of a wall that allows us to close these gaps. Okay. Now let's put everything back. We have kind of this corner sticking out. Let's see what we can do here. It's already not going to work. I tried rotating it in. It's okay. We had to do this over there too. See how here, there to there, widens as we get further down. It's a little bit of optical illusion, but also it definitely is giving us more space. It's not happening over here. It's the opposite. Let's see. All right. Let's try again. Still not enough. Let's try that. Okay, this is better. Pretty close to parallel, actually. All right. We have a winner. This is such an interesting way of building a custom wall. I kind of learn more about my own little thing I'm making up every time I do one. Okay. All right, on the line. Gap. Let me catch up on chat. Sorry, I was really focused. Twitch, I didn't miss much. Except Mikey, I have kind of a cool, really short story. I normally don't gamble in any way, almost never, but there was a poker game going on at the bowling alley. I played one hand, got my very first royal flush ever. Mikey, is that a pun? And I'm just too tired to see the pun? Or are you actually, is that actually a legit story? Okay, I'm back. I just had to cover my mouth for no reason. I'm back reading a book about a financial analyst who has to start a global money laundering scheme and solve a series of murders pinned to him while working a 9-to-5. Interesting. Mikey says he's being super serious. I've gotten one royal flush in all my years of playing poker. And I have played a lot of Texas Hold'em. Not as much as some, of course, but I've played a lot. I remember where I was, what I was doing. I was playing a very casual little game with some friends. We were in the student union at Sacramento State University, and I got a royal flush. Ooh, this is wrong. Those are wrong. Wrong. I have to do it off of this one. That's cool, Mikey. Real question is, did you win any money? I think I've only ever gotten one. You won $8 off of a royal flush. Well, that is the thing about a royal flush. Usually isn't the kind of hand that makes you a lot of money. Now, did you have, you were playing Hold'em? All right. This 5-card draw. Wow. That's actually crazy impressive. All right, let's check this, make sure it looks good from the end. You're not sure what you were playing? All right, okay. So, how many cards did you hold in your hand? That's the first question. We'll figure out what you were playing, Wacky. How many cards were you holding in your hand? We'll figure it out for science. Yeah, 5 cards. Okay. were any of them face up, showing the table, right? Or were all 5 of them like literally in your hand, like this, all 5, and they were all facing you, and nobody could see any of your cards? You traded 2 cards for 2 new cards. Now it's your final hand. Yeah, you get to trade in as many as you want. Well, I think you have to keep 1. Yep, all 5 cards were in your hand, and the table didn't see any of them. Yeah, so you were playing 5-card draw. It's actually even more impressive. Straight flush in that than on than Hold'em, because with Hold'em you have shared cards. I've got a gap here. Need to do one more. One more. Here, let's do this. What are the chances of a royal flush in 5-card draw? Okay. Now, 3 zeros, 1 5 4. Two zeros, 3 2. I mean, $20 times more, 20 times more likely, 21 times. You're 21 times more likely to get a royal flush in Texas Hold'em than you are in 5-card draw, which is makes sense to me. Yeah, so or you're 21 times less likely to get one in the game that you were playing than the game that most people play when they play poker, which is Texas Hold'em. Not most, but I mean, Texas Hold'em is, I think, more common poker game in general than 5-card draw, I would say. But 5-card draw is a very common home game, with buddies. All right, I think we may have it this time, guys. Pull this one in. Kill that. That goes there. Okay, go there. I will say, a 5-card draw, you actually can win more money with a 5-card draw because royal flush, because it's a lot harder for anybody to know that you have it. It's totally hidden. You just got unlucky that nobody else had something really good. Well, this is not gonna work. Why is this? Why? Why? Messed up. I don't know if I can place this thing wrong again. Not again, but there's just so many different axes and options. It's I missed the placement on one end of it. Is the fact that that sinks in. Yeah, that doesn't look good. That needs to ride down it correctly. I'm gonna have to do it again. Yeah, see how this is even? All the way down. It's even down here. And it's even up here. Well, except for that, which I kind of messed up. It's not gonna work. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Getting closer. This is the final one. All right, we'll get it. This is why I was putting this off. This is really complex. But each time is getting closer. So That's good, right? Okay. You can do it. You can do it, kid. Just making a wall. We're just making a wall. Well, I bet a single dollar to play the game. I was not there to play for money, just play the heck of it. Well, that's nice. Oh, wait, hold on. Do you remember how much you were? I mean, $8. Like if you like turned $1 into $8, that's pretty good return. Oki said, you're gonna lose yourself in the build, gonna mute you and play something I like, but keep your stream going. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying something else. I thought you were giving me permission to keep my stream going, even though you weren't watching. I was gonna laugh at you. Okay. Let's try this. We'll get there, guys. All right, let's try this. All right. Oh. James Boy, I have not caught a stream in a long time. How are you, Ken and chat? I'm doing well. Ass frickered. Just hopping in before bed, following this playlist as a new player, and it's really cool to see how far you'll go with this series. Very excited. Nice. How many VODs are you in? Ass frickered. Thanks, Dino. This is Arasaka Tower. Yes. Arasaka, not Ahsoka Tower. Ahsoka Tower would be perhaps a Star Wars tower. This is Arasaka Tower. Slightly Slightly different. Slightly different. But yeah, Jamesy boy, this is phase 5 factory. You know, in theory. Eventually. Ooh, that looks like a mistake. We're nice and even there. We're nice and even, and then... Ooh. Better. I got better. She turned me into a newt. Go. 6 so far. Now, are you watching the VODs or the episodes? Frickard. Mikey, you have to be up in 2.5 hours. You're going to try to get 2 hours of sleep. Thank you for the entertainment, Ken, and chat. Yeah, have a good night, Mikey. Jamesy boy, yeah, I figured you knew what you were doing. Nobody accidentally calls Arasaka Ahsoka Tower. I knew what you were all about. Episodes? Okay, so, Mr. Frickard, be aware. I had to stop editing the episodes. You're gonna run out. And you're gonna have to switch to the VODs. My person that was helping me edit had to stop helping, and I could not keep the pace of editing those episodes and continuing to stream. So I had to switch over to essentially, you're gonna have to essentially switch over to the VODs. So the episodes are kind of like you know, bring you in, get you hooked, and then you got to switch over and go. You got to mainline those VODs, man. Good. Yeah, and just find that VOD playlist, and everything should be in order, and enjoy. But yeah, that's a quick little glimpse of the rest of the city. Many hours. We're up to what? Over 1100, 1106. All right, let's kill these. Right now we kill this. All right, I think we are talking. I think we finally got it. Trim. Yep. Looks good. I'm happy with it. All right. More hours in this save than you have hours in Satisfactory. I'm up to about 3,000 total. Shockingly difficult to put that in. 3 tries, plus I kind of already had an idea of how I wanted to do it. Still took me 3 tries. But she's in. All right. Give us a zoom out. Sure. Give you a little. Little something something. You mean, of the, did you mean of the city or of the project that we're working on? Either way. It's coming along. I gotta get all the walls in. Once I get all the walls in, it'll kind of like complete the seal, you know? And it'll stop some of that. You see some of that graphical lag in rendering. A lot of that'll go away. Just gotta get these walls in. Very intimidating presence in the city, which is what Arasaka Tower should be. of my blueprints here. Come on, get the last one. All right. That looks good. Up here, what I'm thinking for walls, because I don't want like a ton of unnecessary pillars. Thinking maybe this across. Thinking this, honestly. Huge, frankly, the biggest anyone has ever seen, and it's not just me saying that. Figured, found your channel through YouTube Shorts, then watched your city tour and convinced me to pull the trigger on getting the game. Well, nice, man. Don't think that your game has to in any way play or even have anything to do with my game, the way that I'm playing it. So think of it only as a showcase of what is possible in the game, but not what is required to play and or beat the game. So if you can understand the distinction I'm making, you know? I'm this guy. Good work with the complicated. 3 times is always the charm. I just have one possible improvement. I think it'll look better if the pillar filling the tiny gap is simply parallel to the one left of it. Well, that's what I did on the other side. I'm not sure you mean this one here. And so parallel to the one left of it would be like this. So it'd be like that. And then that, right? It's hard to tell the difference. I can. When you get down here, you can tell. Yeah. Okay. It's very similar, which makes me think over here, maybe I've got an idea. Maybe I can reduce some of what I don't like here. Come on. That's what I want to get rid of. And that one too, apparently. That looks better. Essentially, I kept the gap that gets made. That looks better. A lot better. The little beveled gap that we see, we keep it. You can tell, right? Because it doesn't have this jagged. It just goes boop like that. But it does. I can't appreciate the fact that the jagged here, so much of it gets lost in that corner that you know, no matter what, you have to put up with an imperfection. So it's kind of just choosing which one you think is less egregious. It was more about the extent to see what could be done with the game. Yeah, exactly. About the newest vertical on the top, was it on purpose that the blocks are recessed? Hope that's the right word. Or did you just misclick? Didn't see it because black on black is hard to see. Yeah. It does look recessed, doesn't it? Yeah, that was not intentional. I wonder how that got there. Oh, I was probably looking, oh, because I was looking down, maybe? I probably would have seen that eventually, but I appreciate it. And then I did have one under there. I mean, the only problem is that, I mean, maybe I wonder if we do. An edge. We do an edge. All right, shoot. Kind of like almost like a structural edge there. I'll have to do the same thing here. Now that I'm seeing it, and the texture difference can kind of let us still have the texture without having to do really inefficient use of concrete pillars. All right, now we can kind of still maybe still feels a little bit like. No, I wonder actually. We could do the same thing here actually. Gives me an excuse to bring these in. Where's the reliable ones here? Can't see shit in here. Oh, what the word, recessed? Yeah, no, that was correct. You can converse functionally 1 out of every 4 times. Recessed was indeed the correct word. if I can cheat. Always looking to cheat. What problem am I trying to solve now? I want to try to, so I have to run this angle in pillars all the way down the depth of this building. And I don't want to have to click it a billion times because I also have to do it reverse on the other side. So what I'm wondering is if I can, doesn't look like it. Used to be able to do stuff like this and it would work. See, look how close that is. Is it right on? Be close enough. Yeah, see my issue. Is there a way to do it and translate what exists outside of a blueprint directly to inside of a blueprint? Perhaps. I could probably find it, but in this instance, I think we are going to play the game. By the way, we do need to start thinking about this back transition. Probably not tonight. But what I'm doing is this wall here. And I don't know how much of this shit up there I'm going to include. Angles are harder to blueprint. Copying the exact angle in the same way that I did it inside a blueprint versus outside of a blueprint. Shit. Just thought of how I could do it, perhaps. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Not quite. Top is nudged back half. This is nudged back half a one. All right. That's it. That's it. Got it. Yeah, it was because that top one was off by half a meter, and it was because I was measuring off of the one that I put in to make it look good. That wasn't, to fill that little gap. That wasn't the one that it was initially measured off of. And then I'm going to keep that bottom foot in because sometimes you need squared off things to determine your meets and bounds when diagonals are concerned. Otherwise, things can get squirrely. So I'm going to keep that foot in, and then I'll just delete it after the fact. Same with the top one here. No, I think those stay to cover the gap. Right, because I've got it clipped in there as well. Right, and so although I guess I don't need that because this is that gap. I'm a little nervous on doing it without it though. Let's do this. Let's delete this one, but leave that one for those same reasons that I just mentioned. Then let's kill this. Again, save, clear, delete. And then once you get the first one in, it's over because you just blueprint mode. The best part is we get to use it for the other side. That's good enough for now. I don't know what we're going to do on the back side here, but this is good for now. Yeah, that would have been a pain to build over and over for sure. Well, yeah, and part of it too, it is just the fact that I saved the pain of having to do it, but it also was a learning experience on how to you know, solve that problem, right? So I gained two things. I gained obviously the extra time to not have to do that, but it also gave me some additional practice on solving these kinds of problems. And in the long run, it's those types of things that open up all these doors. But we do have a problem here somewhere, somehow. We're not quite where we should be. All right, let's try it again. I have an idea. Who cares? Right? Now they match. Collect the Republic tax credits at work. Yeah. High surplus. No mic? No, I have a mic. I've been talking too, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. But I have the same mic I always have. I was focused in on trying to solve that problem. Started watching me when I was working on the Jedi Temple. Yeah. You thought the mic was broken? No. Well, that would be pretty crazy if my mic has been broken for 3 hours and 45 minutes. And you were the first person to catch it. That would be wild. Aw. Can't fit. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a problem. Oh, shit. way back up. I need to get that undercarriage of power in. No, mic working well. I mean, I was pretty sure I was talking. You started watching at the Senate Pods? Yeah, nice. I think Senate Pods were slightly before the Jedi Temple. Imagine you had such a huge blueprint maker and you did the facade of the Jedi Temple. That would have saved so much time. Yeah, the Jedi Temple facade was pretty ridiculous. If you think about it, the devs adopted a natural progression in the game and counted on players to clip objects in order to create stuff like this. I don't know if they counted on it, but they definitely have given us a very limited sounds like it's a bad thing. And I don't necessarily mean for it to be a bad thing, but they did give us a limited amount of tools. For sure. In order to solve many problems. Right, that should help keep me from falling. Let's do this. We have for over here. Go. You sometimes open the old save and look at it in nostalgia. You would. I've done it on stream. Not just my on my own. No. The old Star Wars save. Where's the other tab? Oh, it's right there. Oh, this is wrong. I'm gonna feed in that room for the edge piece. Good night, everyone. Just happened to catch glad you're happening to catch the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to stop by as well. Welcome, and have a good night. Front and back facades are the same, right? So you have the same angles going downward from the roof. I don't think they're the same. I think they're similar, though. I think they are, you know, reminiscent of the back or the front. See, I mean, it's interesting, right? I will probably keep this 45-degree thing that we have going. and migrate this to the back. I think we have a little bit of leeway with this. Like I said, it rhymes, but it's not the same. We do have this front piece. We do have this, but obviously it doesn't come like way out like this one does, right? It probably just hugs the wall there. So I'm not sure. I'll probably, it looks to me like this probably is exactly the same as this. And you have a similar, like, let's do a line. You have a similar difference between right? That's not parallel. Right? And by the way, this plane was the one that I had to do 3 times. Right? It's a pain in the ass. Right? It's a crazy, like, leftover connection plane between 4 other, right? 'Cause, right, you have this and that one connects those 2, right? So that's one side. Then you have the end of this front plane and the end of the edge of this front plane and the edge of that front plane, and then this one is the remaining. It's like a tertiary leftover of needed edges from other things. You know what I'm saying? So it's a pain in the ass, which is why it took me a bunch of times to figure it out. Oh, that's fine. But look, I mean, you can see it's a very similar, right? It's a very similar thing. Although it does look like it's in reverse, right? We look like it's wider at the top here. Would make sense, actually. It's interesting because it's flat at the top. So it's like this cuts it here. It's interesting for sure. But probably what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make, even though this kind of looks like it's not the case, I'm probably gonna make this the blue plane here and the orange plane here. I will probably make them parallel. Same with these. I'm gonna make all of these parallel, meaning they're gonna have the same angle, and it's gonna be 45 degrees. I'm gonna make it easier on myself. This, I didn't have the luxury of just making it 45 degrees. This one, I had to kind of work within the sizes to try to get the feel right. Now these ones are 45s. Those are 45s, I think, if I remember correctly. But I don't think this one is. So on the back end, I'm gonna make them all 45. Could just be perspective and they are parallel. Exactly. These could be parallel. If you're talking about this and that, it very well could be parallel. I actually do not believe that these are. I think this is a separate one, like legitimately in game. I like in the world, I don't think it's parallel. But these could be for sure. And it could be a weird perspective thing. And plus, all we're looking at right here, guys, is somebody else's model, their attempt to produce Arasaka Tower. even if they decided that they shouldn't be parallel, I can decide that they should be. So, as long as we're close, and that's close enough. But you're right. That's I know you're making that point. You've got the shruggy guy there. But yeah. I think that's going to be my decision, is to just make them parallel. And what's going to be really interesting is kind of following these, as you called them, ribs, or detailed, differences, spacings. Ribs, close enough. This model is from a program where you rotate the model freely. Sad that you just have screenshots of the thing and not the thing itself. I did have a viewer upload some questions, some screenshots of isometric views of this in the program. And I could do that. I think this is fine. I can appreciate that it's sad, but to be frank with you, this is serving me fine. And I have this is an isometric view. Everything's straight on and I can take measurements. Here's another example of me making the argument that these are probably not necessarily parallel, right? That does not look parallel with that, but I'll make it parallel. March Hare, you're doing great. Yeah, no, there's always more tools, right? But then at a certain point, like, then I have to learn the tool, which, maybe I should. Maybe I just don't want to be a real engineer and go learn a program. I'll just do it off of eyeballs, and I'll just MacGyver it instead of doing it right, which is kind of my MO. So it's, it all sort of makes sense, right? There's a reference. Is that a reference that you can't follow there? Eye in the sky, a cultural reference. When I said I just MacGyver it. You know that reference? Mr. European? Probably not. Although sometimes I'm surprised. So maybe. You're not that young, MacGyver? You're not that young to not know it? That's old. Yeah, okay. I don't know what you know. I don't wanna assume. I didn't think it was an age issue. I thought it was a perhaps lack of media availability due to different culture. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. And we're going to leave it for now. That's what we're going to do. We're going to solve bigger problems. Can't wait to invest in token. Oh, my my upcoming cryptocurrency token. Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't think we all know MacGyver. Here, let's see. Surplus lover. When I say MacGyver, without looking it up, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe he does. I stepped away for a second. Doesn't say MacGyver. Yeah, I was using it as a way to illustrate how I kind of look at, you know, designing these things inside Satisfactory. Just kind of figure it out. Try not to. Oh, he knows. He knows. All right. Maybe everybody does know. Gandai Gaming. Good morning, sir. Good morning. I think I'll leave the power nodes up for now to help me get around. But I think we're going to take off this outer box up here. Yeah, Ray. No, I figured. I thought it was more of a European versus American issue, not an age thing. I didn't think anybody... I mean, most people watching a chill Saturday night factory stream of a guy, you know, recreating an architectural building for one game into another game. You know, let's be honest, we're all probably not the hippest, youngest group, you know? That's okay. We're a little bit self-selected to be the type of people that would age-wise know who MacGyver is. You're born in 95. Nice. I've got 11 years on you. So you're 30, 31 maybe. They made a new one too, but it wasn't very good. Like, it was a movie. 30 isn't young and hip. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Gotta get those in. Okie Sooner, I knew you knew MacGyver. Come on. It was never... Ooh, there's never a doubt in my mind. I've slept so much, you guys. I've slept so much. That's wrong. It's just this. It's not even like a cold. I mean, I guess it's a cold. It's weird. Whatever this little thing is, it mostly just makes me tired. Slept like a crazy person. American old sitcom. Yeah. Is that qualified as a sitcom? I don't know. Here, let's ask AI to overgeneralize for us. Is MacGyver considered a sitcom? No, not The Caregiver. I think it's with a lot of there. It's a Y, and yeah, it's not considered a sitcom. It's an action adventure drama. Sitcom is situational comedy, and I think it's lacking the comedy part of sitcom. But series, yeah. I can see how sitcom has sort of been replaced in the vernacular for the word series. But yes, technically speaking, it is not considered a sitcom because it's not funny. At least not on purpose. We do the gap. We did do the gap right. Here. We did the under one, I think. It was like a solo A team. It's true. So I when I was growing up, we never had cable. We had the basic like ABC, NBC, CBS, and then there was like Fox, and then like 2 or 3 others, right? The public, KVIE, and then just the airwaves, right? Whatever we could get for free from the antenna on the roof. That's all we had. Now, my grandparents had cable, and I watched all kinds of shit when I went over to their house. But the channel we watched the most was like Nick at Night, that I watched with my grandpa. The one that passed away last summer, that I chatted with you guys about, because it was sort of all. There was a couple of nights where I had to stop streaming, or almost stop streaming, because of some things that were going on. So I chatted with the stream a bit about what was going on then. But yeah, with him, that grandpa, I watched MacGyver, I watched Get Smart, all those shows, the A-Team, the old Mission Impossible. What else did I watch? The Twilight Zone. I remember watching Airwolf. Loved Airwolf. Probably unwatchable now. But yeah, I watched all that stuff with him. Then after he went to bed, I switched it over to Cartoon Network and watched Toonami in the 90s and snuck in anime when I knew I wasn't supposed to watch it. McGruber. I don't know English words, my man. No. Well, I figured, and it's all good, man. I just figured I would, that wasn't a personal call out. I just thought it might be interesting for you to know. All right, let's get in these sidewalls. And then I think I'm gonna clean, actually, I think I'm gonna start cleaning up these outer power lines because they look shitty. Knight Rider and Star Trek. Oh, Knight Rider. Yes. Yeah, I definitely watched Knight Rider. And then the old Star Trek. I probably watched the old Star Trek with him. But my jam, and it still is to this day, was Next Generation. I love that show. I love the movies a lot. Let's start from the bottom and go up. The Kirk movies I loved, but in terms of TV show, I never really got into the original series to the same extent. Number one show is Next Generation. Number two is Voyager. I actually don't really like Deep Space Nine. Now, maybe as an adult on a rewatch, I would appreciate it more. It's very possible, but I never really liked it. I don't know. I did hear an argument on why another person, I think it was actually my mom, why she didn't like it. And it was kind of, so with Next Generation and the original series, the crew was out doing what they wanted to do, right? They were out exploring. They were doing their thing, right? With Deep Space Nine and a little bit Voyager, they didn't necessarily want to be there, right? They were kind of stuck there, you know, stuck on the station. I don't know if I fully agree with that assessment, but I thought it was interesting. But yeah, I never really, I mean, the best parts of Deep Space Nine were the stuff that they took, the characters that they took from Next Generation, right? Worf and O'Brien. So why don't I just watch Next Generation? But I don't know. I liked Voyager. Voyager was coming out with new episodes when I was in high school, so I'd stay up and watch them. The Hulk series. Oh, I did watch the Hulk series with Lou Ferrigno. Yeah, I did. We watched that too. It was all right in there. Babylon. I didn't watch Babylon. I've never. So I watched a season of Babylon 5 like recently. You know what I've never really seen? I've never really seen any of the Stargates. And I say that and people are always like, oh, you gotta watch it, you gotta watch it. And I'm like, oh yeah. And then I never do. Yeah, we can't do this. Now, what are we gonna do here, boys? Oh, can you see the whole build really quick? Sorry. Yeah, let me finish this wall. I was chatting while building. Let me finish this wall and I will back up for you. Your chat got lost in there a little bit. Snail mail. And welcome. I don't recognize your name. Let's get some darkness here. And we'll turn that off. And that's how we're looking. Arasaka Tower. Just kind of cleaning up some of these walls and some of these exposed edges. No, you should. Yeah, I know. They're new. I know there's a new Stargate coming out. You never watched Star Trek? I love The Next Generation. I love it. It was interesting to know what sitcom stands for. Now I feel dumb for not knowing it's a clipping. Oh, Deep Space Nine is a ripoff of Babylon 5. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, I like some of the war stuff. I never liked the Bajorian Cardassian thing. A situation comedy. Yeah, I thought it was situation. I just wanted to double check. Make sure I wasn't telling the non-native English speaker bad things. Yeah, I don't know. I never really connected with any of the characters, the original characters, very much on Deep Space Nine, and maybe I didn't give them a chance. It was only yesterday that you watched a YouTube video about the character of Guinan. I saw that video. I saw the thumbnail. I didn't click on it. Guinan, I loved Guinan growing up. So my favorite character. So what's great, I think, about The Next Generation is that there's a character for everybody, right? And I'll give you an example. And I've talked about this before, I think, on the stream. When I was growing up, I loved Wesley. Thought he was awesome, right? Why? Because I was a too smart for my own good, snotty kid, just like he was. Okay. And then I sort of, grew up a little bit, and then I started to realize that Wesley is a little shithead. As we do, right? As we do, we realize that. So, anyway, and then of course, then I grew to love Data, because everybody loves Data, and I thought he was awesome. And then doing this most difficult way possible. Then as I got even older, I loved Riker, because Riker's badass. And then, of course, you love Picard. And then, being the young adolescent boy that I was, everybody loved Troy. Then, 7 of 9 is breaks your brain. You don't have a chance. No nerdy kid has a chance against 7 of 9. Getting one shot. One shot by Star Trek IPs. Oh, the Andromeda. I know about it. I never really watched it, but I know what it is. It's interesting looking. I would probably watch Stargate before I watched Andromeda. Like I said, I did put a little bit of time into Babylon. I couldn't really. I tried. Couldn't really finish it. I know there are people that just absolutely love it. Did you hear we're getting some sort of new Firefly thing, which is interesting. It's probably going to be some sort of animated show or something. I don't know. Animated movie. That's my guess. Right. No, like Troy. So what's interesting about Troy is, in my opinion, and in I'm sure many people's opinion, I think Troy got more attractive the older she got, which happens sometimes. Doesn't always like I go back and see, like, you know, she looks good. I saw her at a Star Trek convention. She was awesome. Hilarious and awesome. Well, it wasn't a Star Trek convention. It was Dragon Con. She got heckled and she counter heckled. It was awesome. I don't know if I want to do this in this manner. Let's try. But yeah, Jerry Ryan is. There's no defense. Oh, why are you? Oh, I hate that crap. Started going all diagonal on me. You know, it's like Princess Leia in slave outfit. Like, what are you gonna do, man? It's just a one shot. We're done. Headshot. Troy also guest starred on an episode of Stargate. Same thing with Firefly, right? Although I would say there's like Jerry Ryan, Marina Sirtis, and then what's her name? Monica starts with a B. I can't remember her name. The chick who played Inara. Well, and there was no internet then, right? It was on your TV. 10 o'clock at night. Right before bed, going to high school. Freaking Jerry Ryan. Looking good. Looking very good. Yeah, but Karen. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I couldn't quite remember the details. Yeah, that's all the Stargate DVDs. Nice. I've got all the Star Trek: The Next Generation DVDs on DVD. What's the girl who plays Kaylee? She's in both as well. Jewel State, something like that. Sky, isn't the internet a great thing? You can be totally different places in the world, but still can have the same experience, like watching the same thing at the same time, or at least the thumbnail. The internet is crazy. Yeah, the technology of, I mean, it is pretty crazy, guys. I mean, let's be honest. I'm just sitting in my bedroom playing a game. And yet we're chatting from all over the world, hanging out, and you're watching what's on my computer screen as I randomly chatter about old sci-fi TV shows. Oh, we gotta fix up this side over here. Like, when you stop and think about it, it's pretty ridiculous. Never seen Firefly? Oh, you should watch it. It's good. And it's only like, I don't know, like 12 episodes, 16 episodes, something like that. We're gonna do chatting across the continent. I do have many European and Australian viewers because of my the time in which I can stream. All right, looking good. All right. I gotta do the inside of this one too, huh? Yeah. They joked about the Firefly running on an episode of Stargate without saying its name. How can you make a movie about a show that only had 6 episodes? It did perform well on DVD. Nice. It was more than 6, okay? There were 14. I will not allow Firefly propaganda to be spread. Not in my channel, sir. It's one of those situations, right? You die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And in Firefly's case, died a hero. If it lasted longer, well, you never know. Never know what could have happened. It's doing the whole diagonal bullcrap. The movie Serenity was the end of Firefly. Yes. I don't exactly. I like some of what they did in Serenity. I don't know. Other things that happened, I'm not really a fan of. I tend to pretend that didn't happen. You know, it's not as bad as the amount of self-delusion that I put myself under when it comes to Star Wars, but you know. Heated Rivalry also had only 6 episodes. I've never heard of that. And it's one of the best shows ever made, even in official records. So not only subjectively. Sounds subjective to me. I haven't heard of it, so it can't be good. Kidding. Mostly. Well, there's something wrong. I broke the interior connection. Probably here. What we probably need to do is build a power hut. Where did we get our good power? I think dropped it right here. Yeah. Should I make the scaffolding power exist? Outside of, irrespective of the I think I will. Factory power. I bet you that's all I needed to do. These all energized here. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's see. Whole internet was full of that. You couldn't go on any social media. Canadian hockey show about the NHL. I don't know. Didn't see it. Now there is a Canadian show that I am familiar with. Letterkenny. All right, that's working now. Only American productions are allowed on the Golden Globes, else it would have won. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that stuff is so subjective. It's hard to know. And even if it did win, what does that really mean? My favorite shows have never won anything. And I certainly don't go see movies based on what wins, or TV shows, you know, on what wins awards. We need some more power. Through this area. Did I not bring those up? Okay, let's bring these up. But yeah, definitely could be a good show. I just haven't heard of it. All right. There's that power run. I think one here makes sense to do. A lot of this, actually, we can probably cut out. Huh? Open this up. Made from the same guys, Letterkenny. Makes sense. There's probably only one guy that knows how to make shows in Canada. I'm kidding. Kidding. I'm kidding. It's definitely 2 or 3. Right. We can kind of reclaim some of this. All right, what was I gonna do? I was gonna get another power line rolling here. That's where it stops. All right, that's a little something something. Let's make sure we don't fall again. All right, we're looking nice and clean. At least when you don't look at the back of their, look at the back of the top of the head on this too much. It's kind of like me, actually. Not too bad on the front, as long as you don't look too closely at what's going on back here. A little large, a little intimidating. Rough around the edges. Oh, no, sure it's art. Is it the best art? No one can say. That's my point. I used to get all like, I don't know, into the fact that like, the stuff that I liked didn't get recognized. Having said that, you know, Return of the King did win like freaking everything. These days, I like what I like, and you know, I don't really look for affirmation of it, you know. Mostly I just look for reviews and like, oh, if you like this, then you might like that, to try to help me find something new to watch. But the problem is most of the people that give awards out aren't the kind of people whose opinions I trust anyway. We should do one across the middle. I guess we're gonna do two. I don't know, I guess it just stopped meaning anything to me. Nothing's like awards on the media that I enjoy. Because the people awarding it very rarely have the same values on what's good that I do. So, you know, I go to look for the same type of people that I am that value something. Like a conversation like we're having today where, you know, the same kind of people that like the old Star Treks or like the old, you know, this or that sci-fi show also recommend something like Stargate, right? Why? Because, well, similar sort of value. You know, we have the same kind of but value on the same types of things. Where's the cutoff here? A lot of extra. ended up not needing. It's really hard to see. And I have the light on. Could start throwing lights up in here, but I don't really know. They would only be temporary ones anyway. The best art is how you use colors and shapes. We acknowledge that. No. I don't think that's true. Remember, I may not be a musician myself, but, you know, there are many types of art, not just colors and shapes. I love stories. Stories can absolutely have art. Video games can be art. Movies can be art. Absolutely. I love movies. Stories. You know, even if my wife is a landscape artist, landscape painter. My mouse bumped into my keyboard. It's deleted the wrong thing. Let's put that there. This is looking good. All right. Okay, so I think the next step is figuring out the back part, because I want that to feed into the vertical wall. And I think that's what happens here. Right, we have this plane. We pick a time to diagonal. We have this one, we pick one, right? And then we pick the vertical. Here, let's do, you know, we have this, and this all parallel. And those transition to these lines, which I'm going to do 45 degrees, all parallel. Okay, and that'll transition into these verticals. Again, all parallel. And then top looking down is going to look something like something like this, where this is that is that, right? That makes sense. Sort of makes sense. And I want to use the roof as the guide. 45 degree, then straight down. Sort of what I'm thinking. Golden Globes was the only vet since, but the official ranking I mentioned is viewer rating, not strange critics. IMDb #1 is the 1 episode of Breaking Bad. #2 is the 5th episode. Is this? Not anymore, sir. Haven't you heard of the fighting going on between IPs? There we go. I don't know about the rest of this. There was a ratings bomb shenanigans recently. Ozymandias, 6 Feet Under, BoJack Horseman. Reigns of Castamere is pretty ridiculous. Battle of the Bastards. I don't know. I don't know. Those get batted around a lot. But you know, I've talked about my thoughts on the new Star Wars trilogy the new Star Wars trilogy, and I blame Ozymandias from Breaking Bad. You know who the director of that was? Rian Johnson. Because of the highest rating of that 1 episode of Breaking Bad, we have the disaster that was the 2nd Star Wars movie. At the tower, I don't understand this viewing angle. Do you have a frontal view of the backside? Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is the backside, right? I mean, I guess I don't have a frontal view of this is the frontal view of the backside. But I think this is the one that's important because I can kind of get an idea of these shapes and how I'm going to carry that line over. Yeah. Oh, The Last Jedi. Listen, he wanted to make sure to subvert your expectations. And by the way, my expectations were very, very thoroughly subverted. I expected to see a Star Wars movie, and that expectation was subverted. So, mission accomplished. All right. I don't know if I want to tackle this tonight. You thought this was the front side? This is the back. That's the front. I think, sorry, I don't know exactly which one you're talking about, but front's on the left, back is on the right. Now, if you mean left and right here, front is on the right, back is on the left. It depends on what was on the screen when you said what you said. Guys, 5 hours. Good burn. Yeah, I've been working on that one. I mean, it's been 10 years. So, by the way, I've still never seen the third one, Rise of Skywalker or whatever it's called. I've never seen it, and I'll take it to my grave not having seen it. I did watch a really awesome video essay on YouTube about how terrible the single line of dialogue somehow Palpatine returned. Why that one line of dialogue is the worst dialogue of any movie ever, and it's hilarious. Like, the guy just throws so much shade. It is he makes a good argument. And I won't say he's wrong. All right, let's try to get a picture. See what we can do here. It's gonna be difficult. Apparently not that difficult. That looks pretty good. So that's the front with the logo? Yeah. It's your birthday? The real Steve the Beast. Happy birthday, the real Steve the Beast. Trying to get a picture with a few less of those freaking moats. Flowing. Projectiles. It's not bad. I can work with that. I think this is where I'm gonna leave this tonight, guys. I'm still not 100%. I've been sick. I wanted to get on. I did not want to cancel again, but we're at 5 hours, which is a good, I think, compromise versus not streaming at all and having a relatively short stream. It is funny saying a 5-hour stream is a short stream for me. Did I toggle HD? I think it's always on. in that mode. I think HD is always on. I think so anyway. Either way, that's the way I've been doing my screenshots for my thumbnails, so I think we're okay. Ray, yeah, have a good night. Like, sub, check out the Discord. Yep, definitely. So here's the deal. We're done for the evening. If you wouldn't mind liking the VOD, if you're on Twitch, sorry, if you're on YouTube, I will pop this out. I've got a tour video up. If you guys haven't seen it, take a look at it. I'm sending it to both YouTube and Twitch. Links are there. Check it out, watch it all the way through. Like would be amazing on that video. I will be doing, that is a there's no voiceover on that video, but I'm gonna re-upload and do a voiceover version of that same video, probably in the next couple of weeks. So yeah, if you haven't seen that, check that one out for me. I would appreciate it. Again, YouTube, like on the VOD, would be awesome. Twitch, we're gonna raid. We're gonna find somebody playing Satisfactory. And we're gonna see, has anybody raided me that is currently playing Satisfactory? No. And then we're gonna look for somebody that is currently speaking English. Have a good night, Eye in the Sky. Maybe somebody, yeah, somebody with a very low viewer count. Let's check and make sure their mic is good here. You guys can't hear it. I can hear it. I'm waiting for him to talk. Yep, he talked. He's good. All right, we're going to start the raid. I always double check and make sure that the person that I'm raiding into for you guys on Twitch isn't totally like a destroyed microphone. All right, appreciate it, guys. Next stream, hopefully Tuesday night, we'll continue this bad boy. Talk to you soon.